Hello, this is an unboxing of a Destiny DTY-12R. Got it from Zen Racing, and thank you very much, Zen. This is the way the package came. I am going to do an unboxing of it, and here we go. All right, so this is a 12 scale, and here we go. Here's our unboxing of it. Some nice magnets there. It all comes in one bag. That's awesome. Alright. Here's the chassis. It is aluminum chassis. Looks very nice. No scratches or anything in it. Fantastic. Bag D. Our screw bag. Bag C. Bag B. Bag A. And that's our unboxing of our Destiny DTY-12R. Thanks for joining. My name's Rod Tebow. This is my first 12 scale kit that I'm going to build. I've had other 12 scales in the past, just a couple of them. I do have an Eclipse 5 that I received pre-built. Um, I had that for a couple of weeks, and I came across a video of this and how simple that this chassis is, the old school Nosh, but I know that's just the back end of this now. So I'm looking forward to doing this build, and that's what we're going to do today. And here we go. This is, it says on this first bag, please download instruction manual. I have my laptop here beside me. In here, it does say that this is a USB flash drive. So I do want to check this out. Some nice stickers to add to the chassis. And here is our flash drive. Oh, awesome. Never seen that before. That's cool. Definitely going to have to check that out. But I do have the manual downloaded onto my screen, and that's awesome. I love it. All right, so you're going to start with bag A. It looks like all the parts to the first section of the pod. All right, that's the first step, or almost the first step. Still have to add the ball to it. I think I am going to add some Loctite to this. Do have some Loctite from a Schumacher kit that I built in the past. Right, that seems nice and tight on there. All right, that is step number one on page two. The next part, we are going to do the rear downstop. According to the manual, this has to be 3 millimeters on through. Right. Three millimeters on the nose. Look at that. That's awesome. All right, it calls for M3 6 millimeters long to put the button screws on the top and flathead screws on the bottom. Then they're M3 by 6 as well. So let's grab these. Get this orientation right. I'll have to bust into this screw package, I believe. Yes. Yep. I believe this is mostly button head screws in this package, and this package is mostly countersunk. So I'm going to open them up and just put them into a tray. All right, just let me double check the measurement on that screw. And I do believe well, that's a 7. Let's see if there's different screws here, or if that is the actual one. Yeah, I believe those are all the same screws. So those will be going into the top piece. And I am going to use some thread lock on it as well. I do like using thread lock on most of my pieces that go into metal. So I don't quite tighten it down yet. All right, there's the pod. Start of it anyway. I'm pretty sure that I put the screw in backwards. Oh well, guess I'll take it out and turn it around. Back to 3 millimeters. 3.32, a little bit too much. Three point two. 2.99. Ah, that's close enough. All right. We're going to just set this over here for now, and we're going to grab the chassis now. All right, and we're going to add our bolt and nut to the back of the chassis. All right, I am going to just put a drop of Loctite right there. All right, I'm going to use our driver to tighten it up. Grab some pliers. All right, easy peasy. Oh, gotta go somewhere yet. Just a touch more. There we go. That looks great. Smells great. All right. We are going to put the roll center mount in now. By the looks of this, there's no front or back to it. Sits right there, and it needs some shims. Here's the shims. It's nice that all the parts are somewhat in the same large bag, that you're not hunting for parts. That's great. All right. Couple of more screws yet. I think I'll skip the Loctite on these because I believe that this is a plastic piece. Let's put the driver into, oh, look at that, got a little Loctite on the bottom of it. Just put the driver in to move the shim around. Hey, no, still didn't get it in good enough. All right, that's fairly snug now. I am gonna grab a rag here and give this a quick wipe. Just to make it nice and clean. There we go. All right. Now this sits into this hole here. And floats around. Right on. All right, we're moving to page 2 of the side link arms, or the side links, and the balls that go into them. So I'm just going to move this back over here. We have some flashing. I'm going to cut that off. That oh, right on the end as well. Yuck. Cut that junk off. Go. Some more flashing. There we go. That looks great. So now I believe this is the bag for that. I'm going to chuck these in the garbage so don't get confused with them. Great. So 2, 3, 4 balls, 2 screws, and then the little screws, I believe they are an M2 that go into the ends. So first thing I'm going to do is one up, one down, the way that the balls are, kind of directional. And besides that, they're all the same. I thought they were different for a second, but maybe they are. No, I am wrong. They are all the same. So one faces up and one faces down. So this one faces down. Grab some pliers and put that in there. Actually, before I do that, I do have some special silicone spray. It's ZEP 45 and it's a Teflon spray and it's not, won't hurt any plastics or anything like that. And it's an extra lube with a PTFE in it, and it's a multi-purpose lube. So I will probably give these a spray, and I will be right back right after that. All right, so here we go. We're going to put our balls into our side link arms. Side links, one up, one down. Just using some pliers to pop them in there. Don't believe there's a direction on the arms, so I don't think it matters which way. Correct me if I'm wrong. But definitely have to have one up and one down. Right, now we're gonna put the M2 screws in. Got to use the smaller 1.5 hex driver to put them in. Yeah, well, it does say left and right on the instructions. So I think that's just the direction that you put the M2 screw in. So this side is facing up and the other side is facing down, or so I'm going to put the screws in this way. This one just went in. It does have a space for the screw to go through, and then on the other side is where it gets tight. So I believe you want these to pivot around freely. So I'll tighten it up a little bit at a time and make sure that it moves easy. Yeah, I think that's tight enough there. So once again, you can see the screw go right through the arm and into the other side. And I'll start screwing it in. So the other side, I'll make sure is facing, the screws are facing outwards. All right, still moving around. And I think that's tight enough. So that one's good. All right. So, all right. So this one has to go like that. Oh, so I ended up putting the screws. Let me see here. This one's facing up. Yeah, I have this one backwards, so I got to pop these balls back out and reinstall them. So I'll just grab a bigger driver and push them through. Just like that. So no one's perfect at this. Well, at least I'm not. All right, so the direction of this, so this has to face outwards. This ball has to face downwards. All right, so we take that screw back out. And then put this back in. And grab my pliers, pop it back in. And the other one, I gotta go in reverse. And now the screws. So apparently there is a left and a right. Not a little too tight there. The bolt's not moving now. So I'll back it off and there we go. It's moving nice and freely now. And so now we get to put these onto the chassis. And this is an M3 by 5. So one faces down and one faces up. So the one that faces up goes to the bottom of the chassis that goes into the Teflon on this side. This is a round head screw, and the other one is a flathead screw that goes into the chassis. All right. Oh, yes. So in here, there's 2 countersinks and 2 buttons. So, and I'm going to put a drop of Loctite on these. Literally just a drop. And one on the other side. There's probably enough on the side of the bottle. Maybe not. And nice and snug. And yet they seem to move around pretty freely. Now we're going to put the buttons in, and once again I'm going to put another drop on these. Now I have enough for both of them on that one. All right. Well, maybe not, but all right. So this is an M3 driver, and I just want to give it a nice snug. I'm going to do the same to the other side just to make sure it's nice and snug. Oh yeah, that's on there good. All right. One more drop. Right, snug it up with the driver. Oh yeah, awesome. All right, once again, just want to wipe some of that stuff off. Make sure it's nice and clean. All right. So we have the side links in, and it moves all nice and freely. Now we got ULP screw heads. All right. And that goes into here. And this goes right here. Nope, other way around. All right, and so with this, we get to open up another package. And we need 4 of these screws for that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So this one, we need to have this center shaft. And this is the damper post that we're going to put on with a flathead M3 screw. So instead of a shock, it has a damper in it instead. By the way, I just need some tea to wet the tube. All right. Oh, still got a washer in that package. All right, so here's some side springs. And then the damper springs. And there's the tube. And we have a washer with a shoulder, or 2 of them. Oh, so, and a nut. And another, I believe that is for the sides for the springs with the damper post. All right, so we have a M3 screw here. And so I want to turn this around to represent the manual. And so this flips over. It is countersunk there for the screw to go into it. And so I am going to put a drop of Loctite onto this guy. And then it really comes out, not just a little bit, but a lot. All right. Just tuck that into there. And put our dampener post in there. Make it tight. Oh yeah, that feels good. Fit right into it. All right, and this just sits onto there. And then we're going to put these screws into it, into the plastic piece again, or nylon. I'm just going to start them all before snuggling them tight. All right, so I'm going to give this one a nice tighten there and jump to the other side, tighten it back and forth. Just so it's kind of even when it's laying down. All right. So that was step 6. Step 7, and this is where we get to mount the dampening discs. With these, we got 2 gold springs there that go off of this dampening disc. All right, so I'm just going to set this to the side, and I am going to grab a couple washers that I do want to put underneath the dampening discs, just to make them all even. Hey guys, I'm back. So we are going to make the damper post area, the rear suspension, rear damper, I guess. One thing I noticed is I was missing a screw for the rear damper, so I went and pillaged another car of mine that is two M3 eights instead of sixes. And so, um, no big deal, whatever, it happens. So I am going to use spacers underneath the springs to keep them even. I did take a micrometer and I have approximately, I am going to start off with box settings and adjust from there. Once again, I only driven 12 scale for a couple of weeks now with a E5, Schumacher, and it's a great car, but I want something less complex, and this is right up my alley. So, anyway, I'm going to thread uh, the two pieces into here, and I am going to use some lube to help make it easier on them. So I have a Team Associated 15K that I'm going to use on the front kingpins, but I'm going to um, use some of this on them. So I'm just going to get my driver into there and just take a little bit of lube out. And I believe this sits like this. So I'm going to just put a little lube on the hole itself. And just a little bit on the nut that goes into it, or the threaded part anyway. All right, so I'm gonna put them in backwards. So I'm gonna put this piece through. Right, I'm just gonna drop some more lube onto that. It seemed really stiff, so yep. I'm trying to thread it pretty straight, so it is a little tough having a smaller 1.5 driver to to get them in there. A little bit at a time, a little lube. I guess that's what we got to do. So here we go. Just about flush. Kind of expanded the graphite a little bit, but I'm sure that that's fine. So on the other side, I'm going to just wipe this oil off now. Here we go. So just going to put a washer. And so that it's the same measurement as 1.5. And then I'm going to put the spring retainer on. And I'm going to grab a nut driver to tighten it up. Oh yeah, that looks good. Feels good. All right, so that goes on that side. Now we're going to do the same on this side. Yeah, got a little grade away there. Now this one I went from top in. It went in pretty easy, so all right. Now we're going to put our spacers on. And then our seat. grab our branch, give it a good tight. Oh yeah, it's nice and tight. All right. So now we can put this onto our chassis. And then this will go down through here. But before we put that on, we got to put our spring, our O-ring, our damper discs, right? So on the damper disc, it says that we have to smear some 5,000 on it. And it just so happens I have some TLR 5,000. In a new package. All right, let's put the end off. Put a little dab on there. Okay, a little excessive, but and I'll sandwich the other disc to it as well. Spread that lube around. Wipe off the excess on the outside. All right, not too much. You can see it has a nice little coat on it. So now I'm going to drop that down onto the shaft. All right, so I tried to get a different camera angle here to help out with the build here. So here we go. On here, we got to put the gold springs yet. So one on each side. I believe they just sit on there. Right. Once again, I've never built a 12 scale before, so I don't know what I'm really doing. I don't think it goes that way. I think they go that way. Oh, there we are. Oh yeah, that one snapped on good. And that one snapped on good too. So now this sits on the back of that and screws down to the plate. I'm going to use these screws. All right, this is a M3 by 8 button head screw. Nice and tight, piece is tight. This is moving quite easy all the way around. Now I'm going to put this disc on the top of this. Whoop. A little bit of oil there. All right, our rubber sleeve that goes on it. And on top of that is our next spring. And on top of that, we have a washer. And our little button head screw that sits on the top of that. I'm not exactly sure where this goes. Did I miss something? And a nut. Oh, all right, that goes to our next step. So I am on the right track. And our little button head screw. And so I assumed that we didn't miss any screws at all. I was just supposed to use the other ones, which is fine. All right, so I'm going to tighten this up all the way. And nice and tight. All right. And it's moving all the way around. Now we got to put on our rear spring. All right, so the top of the nut to the bottom of the chassis is 22 millimeters according to the directions. So there's our spring, our washer that goes on top of that, and our nut. I'm kind of nuts, but hey, what the heck. All right, we've got a nut driver, and so well, the screw is turning, so I am going to put our 2 mil driver on the back of it and then tighten it up. A long way to go. All right, so from the top of our nut, to the bottom of the chassis is 22 millimeters. All right, just going to zero out my micrometer and let's take a measurement. Where are we at? Oh, 20.88. So I got to back it off a little bit. All right, let's check it again. 21.3, 21.2. All right. 2209. That's just about bang on. So we'll give it a little turn on the inside. Just a hair of a turn. Let's check it out again. Yeah, too far. 21.84. I think I go back a little bit. Go 21.95. Yeah, that's close enough to 22 millimeters. Looks great. All right. So that is the end of that step. And now we move to the rear axle. I'm just checking out the flex in it. Right on. All right. That will be the end. We'll carry on. We're starting bag B today, and already took the bearings out and put them into the sonic cleaner with some brake clean. And now I have the bearings sitting right here. I just use a generic oil, 3-in-1, on my bearings to re-lube them. The reason I put them into the sonic cleaner is to get rid of the packing grease that's in the bearing itself. So I'm just going to put a couple dabs of oil here, and I will spin them around a little bit and flip them over and put some more oil on the reverse side. So with that, we are in bag B. So I'm going to finish cutting this open to get all the parts out. These are the inserts for ride height. They are very nice. I think I'm just going to go with the standard ones right here that were the originals. Um, all right, so I believe that the numbers go to the top. Oops, I'm just going to clip these into here. And now the bearing sits right inside there. And now our shaft comes in here. All right, now that we got our shaft in there, well, our shaft is going to come back out because we need to have a 3 mil washer that goes in there. Right. I believe that is in this bag right here, so I'm going to empty it out. All right, so this washer goes on the inside of this one on that shaft. And now that shaft goes through. And now there is a 2.5 mil washer that goes on. And now we get to put an axle on it. And on this guy, there's a short side and a long side. And I believe the long side faces out, but a button head sits in it as well. I believe it is a 2 mil button head. Okay, it is not a 2 mil button head. It is, I guess, a round top sits in there. That's 2 mil. Oh yeah, that fits much better. All right, and that goes right through. Now I'm going to start the next one as well. All right, so I'm going to slide this onto the shaft here. And I believe the collar part or the larger side fits on the outside. I do want to have a little bit of spacing on the shaft so it's not right tight against the bearing. A little bit of play. Yeah, I think that's still a little bit too tight. You can tell when you go to spin it that the spin carries on. So, all right, I will give this a hand crank a little bit tighter. And now on the other side, there is 3 button heads, and those go to the spur gear. I have a CRC 8264 pitch spur gear is what I'm going to run. And I will face 80 towards the inside just so that you can see it. All right, so I'm going to try to kind of line up holes on it with the shaft itself. Yeah, a little bit of play there. Yeah, it fits nice and snug on there. Now I'm gonna put our button heads on. And I won't crank them all down tight. I'll just start them each a couple threads. All right. Since I started them all, now I'm gonna tighten them up nice and tight. Well, it's not sitting quite so good, so I'm gonna flex this a bit more. All right. Now that I have the spur gear on, I have about a millimeter of play in it, maybe a little less. I think I want to take some of that out. So I am going to loosen the other side and tighten it up some. Yeah, there we go. I like that. All right. Now we have 7 millimeter that goes onto the shaft that tucks right in there. And our other axle hub goes onto here. And I will make that one tight because it holds the spacer in between and it doesn't really rub on the bearing. All right. And that is bag B. We are off onto the front end now, bag C. All right, I'm going to start bag C, which is the front end, and that's this guy right here. All right, to start with, we need our steering blocks and our arms. So gotta open up this guy here. And our pivot blocks, which are in here by the looks of it. Right, so this looks like our steering blocks. All right, just gonna cut the flashing off again. All right. So according to the directions, the steering blocks point up like this. So this rod goes into the steering block like this, and it just sits right in there. And there's a button screw that goes on the back side of it. And it is 0.1 mil. All right, that's nice and tight. And I'm going to do the same for the next one. All right, now we're going to put our balls in with our spacers. It is a 2 millimeter driver that goes into it. All right, and you got to make sure that we put it on the right side. And it calls for the inner hole. So I'm just doing box stock once again. All right, with the spacer, I have it sitting nice and tight. Not too tight to strip it, but tight enough. There we go. Now we got to take the arms and screw in the adjustment for camber. So we got to break the flashing off. Right? I think I'm going to use scissors to cut the flashing off. All right, now I'm just going to take my knife and touch up the flashing. Actually came off pretty good. All right. Now I just got to find the adjustments. It's in one of these bags. Steering balls. Oh, here they are. Another screw bag with the adjustment pieces in there. Gonna dump them into another tray I have here. And here's one adjustment and the second adjustment. All right, there's an orientation to these as well. There's one side's flat and the other side's kind of rounded. I believe the flat side goes towards the pivot ball holder, I don't know, steering, what is it called? Ball end. All right, so there is left hand and right hand threads on there. I'm not sure which way they go. All right, it is left hand thread on the flat side. So I'm gonna hold it with my pliers and rotate it. Doesn't say how much to put it in. I'll have to put it onto the scales. I do want to make sure that it's going in evenly, not crooked. So when I get so far, I'll take my driver and put it through and then spin it. And when it gets really, really tight, that's where I stop, back it off a little bit. Right? Now I'm going to put this into an arm. So I want to take some of that out of there just to put some more space to be more equal on both sides. That's pretty close. All right. You do that to the other side as well. Yeah, this is always the hardest part I find doing the links with cars. Never want to go in straight. I bet you there's a tool that makes this easier. Yeah, I forgot it was left-handed thread. All right, got it pretty far in there. Feeling like it's maxed out. Maybe a little bit more. Okay, now I'm going to back it off a little bit. And put it into the arm. The arm isn't straight either. It has a bit of an angle to it. So we're just starting it off here. Yep, not so easy. All right, looks like I maxed it out there. Now I'm just going to back it off. I'm going to use pliers to hold it. All right, there's the upper arms are made. Now we are going to work on the lower arms. That's these guys right here. And it goes into this part here, which I need my scissors again. Cut the flashing off. I just want to make sure it's nice and smooth again. All right. So the part that we actually need that bolts to the lower arms are these metal pieces here. There's an up and a down to it. So if we take this one, flop this over. So I want this one. And this attaches just like this to it. All right, and we're going to use 2 button head screws. Oh, sorry, not button head. When I look at it, it's countersunk. So 2 6mm countersunk screws that we're going to put into it. And once again, that is 2mm. So I'll just start it before I get it really tight. And I'll do that to the other arm as well. All right. So the next step is to put the inserts into the corners. And that is this bag right here. I don't know if you can see it, but it has a bit of like a rubber nylon insert with the brass balls. And it says to note orientation. So I'm going to cut this open and spread it out as well. Now I got the whole bag empty there. So just going to put all the brass balls in that area there. You have some washers, 2 black washers, 2 red washers, and the nylon inserts. I'm going to cut the flashing off of them too. All right. So with this goes into the piece from bottom up, but we got to make sure that we put our insert, our brass ball into it. All right, so with this, I am going to give this a spray of our lubricant. So I am going to step outside to do this, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. So I sprayed my lubricant on these parts, some Teflon, so they move nice and freely. Now I'm going to insert them into, well, into each other first. According to this, the ridge of the ball goes upwards. And I'm going to grab my pliers to help clip it into place. Just like that, it clips right in. And I'm going to do both sides at the same time. Yeah, they seem to move around freely. So now I get to put these into the arm themselves. All right, now they sit in there nice and tight. And I do that to both sides. All right, you got to make sure that it's sitting flush by the looks of it, and it's not 100% flush. There we go. I felt it move up some more there. I don't think you need a lot of force to put them in. You just got to make sure that they're sitting flush. So now, with that, we have some O-rings that go around to help keep it in place. Once again, I've never built a full scale before or a brand new kit of a touring car or anything like that. I've built older D4s and older Schumacher. All right, this just does not want to sit on there. Right, so maybe I got to stretch it a bit more. Oh, there we go. So I take my small driver, try to stretch it over. I'm just trying to work it all the way around and holding it one spot into place. Well, there we go. Finally got that one in. All right, one down, one to go. So we'll try that again. I'll hold it in one spot and try to work it all the way around. There we go. I think I got that one. All right. Well, this side just seems to be a little bit tighter. I'm moving it around a little bit. All right. Well, I wish it was a little bit more freer than what that is, but should work in, I think. Seems to free it up a little bit now. I'm moving it around. All right. So the next step is to work on the caster blocks, and that's these guys right here with 8 millimeter round, and I believe that's what this is. Just going to double check it. All right, I'm pretty sure that's 8 millimeters. Just making sure that got two screws the same length. Yep. And so these, we want to go into the middle of it. So this one is sitting here. This part goes to the top, and we want it to be in the middle of both of them. So and that is an M3 as well. All right, so once again, I'm just starting it and then putting it in. I believe the caster for the kit setting is 5 degrees. I believe the shorter part goes towards, did I put it on backwards? Yeah, I put it on backwards. So gotta flip it around. All right, so the arm sits like this, and the shorter block side goes towards back and into the middle. All right. Yep, that looks like it's easy to mess up. All right, once again, just nice and tight. And I'm going to do the same to the other side. Right, on here, we got to put these inserts into these holes as well. Oh, would you look at that? I put it in upside down. Yep, I get to rebuild it again. Right, so that goes there. Try this one more time. Start our screws again. All right, now they're facing the proper way. Elastic's up top. Now we're going to put the inserts in, the red inserts that go into this corner here. And they just clip in by the looks of it. All right, so that step is done. And now we are going to move on to the kingpins. And I am going to polish these. So once again, I'm going to pause the video and polish these off screen. And that's these two shafts right here, just so that they become really smooth. And when I come back, we'll finish on the front end. Thank you. All right, I tried to polish up my kingpins here. They have a bit of a different color to them. I'm going to spray some Teflon onto them. And now we're going to continue on by putting the E clips onto them. This is the part where everyone hates E clips. I don't mind them, but still a big pain in the ass. That's how they are built. All right, so we have two little springs here with the E-clips hooked onto them. There looks like there's a few extra E-clips, which is a good thing. All right, so now I'm just going to start to put it on there. All right, got it kind of started there. I don't know if you can see that, but all right, I'm just going to spin that flip around to make sure it's on. And I'm going to do both sides together. All right, I can hear it clip and it spins really nicely on there, which means it's on there. It's sitting nice and tight. Um, Now we got to put our springs on. All right. There doesn't look like there's any direction to this spring. I don't see any markings on them right now. So now, how do they get in there, eh? Oh, there we go. Fell out. Right on. All right, so I got both the pins setting properly. Now we're going to take our arm. Here's our arm. Our pin goes through it. And now we have two washers that go on there. All right, so we got two washers on that one. Now I'm going to do the same to this side. Put the pin through and two washers. All right. So I'm just going to turn these around to get my orientation. And so now our pivot comes onto here. All right, that's not moving very freely. So I am going to take just going to move this up and down a little bit to make sure there's nothing in there. I don't have a reamer for that, so this will kind of have to do for now. And I turn my thing around and it fits pretty tight there, but I'm going to do that the same to both of them. And I am going to spray some Teflon in there as well. Right. I am going to try to wipe some of the stuff off the outside of it. Okay, back to here. So this one's facing this way. This feels kind of, well, it's moving quite freely in there. I think the car might need some break-in with that. So anyway, gonna put this one on. Make sure the round part goes to the top. Right. So now on our step, I did miss flipping this ball into here. So I am going to give this a spray as well. All right, so this arm goes like this, and the ball points downwards. And in it goes. So this one would be reverse to that. Grab my pliers once again. Yeah, they move very freely. That's very good. All right. So now we are back to here where we put the arms on. And so before we put them on, we have to put two washers. One, two, and then the arm with the piece facing downwards. And another washer. And an E-clip. All right, I got it started there. Now I'm just going to use my needle nose to finish it off. Nope. All right, if your E-clip can move around in a circle, that means it's on. So as per directions, that looks good there. So now we're going to do the other side where I need 2 washers. All right, I got 2 of my washers on there. Now I'm going to put my arm on. And the bottom of the ball faces downwards. And another washer on top of that. And now I'm going to put my E-clip back on. All right, I got it kind of started there. And with my pliers to snap it into place. Nope, I bent the E-clip. It's no good. Yeah, see? E-clip is no good. I could bend it back into place if I was needing one, but there is 2 extras here. So I will try again. And I will push the arm down. I'm going to use a set of smaller pliers this time. And that time it went on good. I can spin it around easy. It's sitting nice. All right, so those line up pretty good there. I'm going to set these to the side for emergency parts, I believe. I don't think I need any more of those. And off to the next step. We are on to step 12, which is the caster to the top of the arms. And that's this package right here with the shims and all that in there. I am going to empty the bag out here. There is washers, little washers. Make sure the bag is empty before throwing it out. Oh, come on. All right. Just going to give this a little rub there. Maybe another shot of the Zep. Some more Teflon. All right, we can fit these in here. So by the looks of it, we have 3 different size of washers and 2 button head screws. So we need to have 3.5 millimeters on the front side, 2 on the back side with a 0.8. And the center washer on the front is the Berlin washer. So I'm not too sure how this all goes together. So we have, this will be the rear. 0.8. All right, so I believe that I'm just going to check this out. These washers actually go in the front and the aluminum ones go onto the back. I can be wrong. I'm not sure. Just gonna give them a quick measurement here, zero it out. All right, so that's 0.45, which is 12 millimeter. These are 0.45 as well, which is the same thing. So I believe I need 3 of these little guys on each side on the front, 3 of these guys on the other side are red with 2 larger aluminum washers. All right, so I'm going to start off with all thumbs. All right, so we have our red spacer. That washer just does not seem to fit there very well at all. So I'm not going to use them. I am going to use these other washers instead. All right, so now here comes the tricky part. Drop the washer off. I don't know what the easiest way of doing this is. Yep, the struggles are real. Yep, that's zero fun. There's that one. That one. Holy cow. I'm just going to guess the older system, the previous version, probably would have been a lot easier to build than what this is. All right, got one on. Wow. There's two. One more for three. Just gonna get the pin through all of them now. Oh, there we are. Well, closer anyway, I think. Yeah, there we go. The pin went inside. Now we're going to take our little button head screw to put into there. And we need the 0.15 driver and start screwing it in to hold that into place. All right, just have it snug and off to the next side. All right, now we gotta, oh, perfect. Now we just gotta get 3 washers in the front of it. All right, and I just started, just enough to sneak a washer in there. And it fell on, perfect. I'm gonna try that again. Yeah, it looked like it went on. I'm gonna press this arm up to give more space, I hope. Try to sneak the last one in there. Up, pushing that one out. So try to move it back. I'm going to give this a little bump up. Use my fingernail to pull the washers down. You can kind of see the washer's not sitting correct in there, so I'm going to try to move it over. I think it went in. I'm going to grab the last one and put it in there. Right. Now the last washer, I got to kind of wedge it in there. All right, they're not metal washers. They're like a nylon kind of washer. And just trying to get my arm. So I got all three of them in there. Just going to try to spin this and move my arm around. Here we go. Finally got it to sit in there. And now I'm going to put our screw button head into there to hold it in place. Just put it onto the driver and start screwing it in. And it's pretty tight now, and it looks flush onto the arm. Now if I hold this, it moves up and down freely. Hopefully I have it all together properly, because it's going to suck if it's backwards. All right. Now we get to mount these onto the chassis. And so I have a very short track that I'm racing on. So I am going to use a shorter wheelbase. I just wish that this would flow a bit more. I might have to take that off and really polish the hell out of the kingpins to yeah, it feels like there's a bit of binding to it. because that's not moving very smooth. So I'll have to redo those. So before I go any further, I am going to take that apart and redo that just because they're not moving very well. I'll have to get something to polish those a little bit better. Maybe some rubbing compound. Yeah, because it's not moving. You look at the spring, uh, it's not, pushing all the way down. So I don't like that. So I am going to pause the video at this point and do that. Thank you. All right, I'm back. I had to take my kingpins off and apart. I did lose a clip that shot into outer space, into the depths of where I don't know. Anyway, I had to repolish uh, my kingpin so it moves very freely inside, you see. And so now I am going to, I did that to both the pins. You can see how freely they move now. I think that's kind of important for the car itself. That's not in the directions or anything like that, but I just I think that that would be good if you polished them up so they move very freely, right? So I'm going to go back to the building of these pins. All right, so there's an E-clip that goes onto the bottom of it, and then two washers. All right, so here's the one clip. All right, kind of started it there. I'm gonna grab my little needle nose pliers and clip it on. Well, almost lost it. Hmm. All right. That went on nice and easy. It rotates easy. We'll do that to the next pin. So what I did to polish these up, that clips on there good. So what I did was I took some sandpaper 400 wet and dry, and I soaked it down, put the shafts in a drill just onto the very end, and polished them up with that. And so with that, they do get hot, so you have to, kind of watch out there. So I'm going to put our springs on the bottom. All right, now I believe they go through the arm. And then two washers. Two. Right. So I'm just going to set that one to the side. Do the same to this one. Right. So I got two of my washers on there. And now I'm going to put my arm on there. Now I'm going to put two more washers. And now the top of the arm. And another E-clip. And somehow I misplaced the washer and all of that. Oh, there it is. No, that came off the top of this one. Oh, before I put it in, look what I did. Don't have the arm sitting properly. I'm going to take this apart just to make sure I have the proper washers on there. 1, 2, yep. Now this one goes on with two washers. All right. Now the top of the arm and a washer. And now an E-clip. All right, pre-started it and now it fell off. We'll try it again. Patience. All right, you heard it clip on and it spins nice and freely. This moves freely. If I move my arm up, it, it moves freely as well. You can see the arm, you know, I'm sure there will be a little bit of breaking in as well. So, the next one, oh, look at that. I have 3 washers on it and I only need 2. So good thing I double check that. All right, so there's 1 washer on there. I put my second washer on. I put my arm on. Which way does it face? So if this one goes on the inside, this goes to the outside. 2 washers. And now my pivot ball. And a washer to the top. And my last E-clip that I have saved. Good thing there's extra that came with the kit. Right, got it kind of started there. I'm going to try to use the pliers to clip it on. Heard it clip on. It spins nice and freely without it coming off. I check my arm. Moves butter smooth. So if I move my arm up and down, it stays in place. Could be a little bit more free. No, it's still pretty smooth. It could use maybe a touch more. We'll see what happens here, and I'll put some lube onto the kingpin, and we'll go from there. All right. Our next step is to attach these to the chassis. So we'll cut these out. These are the spacers for the bottom of it. And so each hole has a different length, and it doesn't say which hole to use to line it up. So if I go through here and look, I bet that's going to be the shorter wheelbase versus this is going to be the longer wheelbase. So we have 2 of these washers that go underneath, and then that piece. All right, and so we are using a flathead screw that goes through it. All right, so these sit onto here. And they go through the arms into the carbon fiber. So I believe it depends on which way you have these arms facing. So if you mirrored them pointing forward, it would be longer chassis. And so if you reversed it, it would be the shorter chassis. So I think just by rotating your arms around is where you'd want your chassis to be. I want the shorter one. Right, so I'm going to screw this in with our washers underneath. So I guess it could also be the width of your front end as well. So I'm just going to put both my washers down. And put them over the hole. And then grab a screw to put these in. All right, so if I was to mount this arm here, I believe this one goes on this side, and this one goes on this side. And by the looks of it, it goes to the outer hole first. All right, so I'm going to put both these washers on first with the screws to stick through. And so I believe that is the shorter wheelbase. So I just started to screw a little bit so I can get the next screw in with the washers. All right, I got them snug there. And I believe those are for ride height adjustment. Oh, think I have these in the wrong spot. All right, I believe those go to the inner hole. And so on here, there's 4 sets of holes. I believe that the arms attach to the outer holes and depends on the direction that you have these is if it's longer or shorter. And so I think I'm going to reverse this arm around so it would be on the shorter side. All right, still got 2 washers there and another screw. All right, so now we can put our arms on this side. And we would use the button head screw to put that on as well. All right, that side is done. And now for the other side. All right, 2 washers. Yeah, on the diagram on the instructions, it only has 1 hole on these that it really shows. So I just assume that pointing backwards would be the hole that we'd want for the shorter one. Got 2 of my washers. Put this into the screw on the nearest side. All right, a little bit loose. Grab my next 2 washers. Put the screw through. Washers on. And line up the screw hole. Start tightening it up. All right, make sure I have it in the right hole. Yep, looks good. Tighten it up. I make sure that they're all tight. And now I can put my arm on with some button head screws. I think these screws are called ULE head. All right. All right. All right. That's fantastic. My arms are now on, and I get to move to the next step. And that is the center brace. I am going to put a center brace on it. And the track I have is medium grip. And I believe this goes to the outer hole with the washers. So I have 2 extra rubbers that I'm going to put into a saving kit. And I greatly appreciate that. So these washers are mounted in with the button head screws. And so the washer goes down first and then to these button head screws. All right, and that's just the standard button head screw that goes on there. I believe it's 8 mil. And I'm just going to put that through the end. Pushed it right through. All right, let's try this again. All right, enough to get it started. Now the other side. All right, I have the front brace on. And off to the next step. And I get to install my servo. I'll have a Savox servo. It's a bit of an older servo, but it's what I have to work with. I am going to use X-ray servo saver that I'm going to put on there. I do have to zero out my servo. But first, before I do that, I will mount it to the chassis. And we are just going to use these screws again, the ULPH, or what is it? ULP head screws. So it only needs two screws to mount it to the blocks. And here's the blocks in this last bag of ours, or one of the last bags for C. And while I'm cutting it open, I will read now this garbage and now mount this to servo. All right. I am going to use 4 screws to mount the servo. I think a stiffer servo mount would be good. All right, now I get to screw this into the chassis with the M36 screws. All right, it is slotted down below for the servo mount. There is 2 positions on the servo mount that you can have. You can have it further ahead or further back. On the directions, it doesn't really show where to have it. So I would assume further ahead would be the best. Right, screws are still loose, but enough that I can move it from side to side. And we'll try to find our best servo positioning. All right, I'm going to guess I should have did this right off the very start as the very first step, because it's kind of hard now to measure the actual perfect distance. I guess I can go from side to side a little bit from inside the hole. So I'm zeroed out, or 0.01. So I'm going to measure this. So we are at, I'm just using the actual frame at the very end of it. And I'm at 15.4. And on this side, I'm at 13.4. So I got to move it over a millimeter. Fourteen three, 13.6. All right, let's take this cap off. It might be giving me false readings, and that goes to the servo saver. Supposed to measure the outside of it. Maybe might be a little easier. Not really, because the arm's in the way. So I still have to go off of the hole. If I do it level, I'm at 15.7. And I have to reverse my caliper the other way. We are at 16.2, 15.2. So I got to move it just a hair to the right. And give it a little height and so it doesn't move so freely. Fourteen three. How does that work? So what I am going to do to make this a little bit easier is put a screw into the center of this and try to remeasure off of the screw. All right. Probably give me a better indication of where the servo is off of the plate. So I am at 17.5. 16.4. 69. 16.5. It's so hard to say where it is, but I don't think I can. It looks like it's not dead center, and I can't move it any more to the left. I don't know what else I could do besides change servos. It's pretty close when I look at it. I might have to just make that up the uh, on the steering links. So I'll have to go with that one the way it is, and so I'll tighten it down. And run with that. All right. All right. So this, let's give this a bit of a twist. I know that the kingpins are supposed to be backwards, but still kind of binding there. I don't know why. I think I'm gonna try to give it a pivot maybe. Still, you can hear that binding. Maybe a bit more forward. Oh, there we go. Now it left. It's moving freely now. I think with some lube that will free up a bit more. Like this one is really nice. Butter smooth. Butter smooth. Yeah, I think I might have to take this one out and do some more polishing on this one. All right, so what we have left is our links, and I'm going to uh, stop and polish this one up, and I will be back. All right, so I had to take the front end apart and try to fix the kingpin so it moved more freely. So now if you look at it, it returns back. It will move up with the arm on both sides like that. So I believe that's what we want. It's all butter smooth now. And now we're going to move on to the steering servo. As far as I can tell, that's the closest I can get to dead center. It looks like it's perfectly centered with the holes and everything. So um, I believe that that is centered as close as it can be. Um, when I go to make the steering link arms, that will prove the difference. So I put my cap on that fits my servo to fit into the servo saver. And according to this, these balls go into this side here. So this is a 2 millimeter um, end that fits into it. So I am going to go by the directions of putting it into this hole here. That's what it shows on the directions. I believe a shorter steering is what we're after. All right, these thread in here just perfect. I like it. Nice and straight. Both of them are tight. Now we're going to move on to our steering links. All right, so these both have notches in them, and I believe the notches would follow the outside of of them, so they both turn the same way. So once again, you'll have left hand and right hand threads. According to the directions, it should be 31.8 millimeters between both of the caps or the ball ends. Right. I don't have my wrench for setting these up, but I'll try my best by hand without them. One of the most boring parts of building the kit. All right, let's just see where we're at. Zero it out. So 0. And so 31.8. So we are at, oh, pretty close already. 32.5. 3184. I think I'm gonna keep that one. I think that's pretty close. I like that. It does look like there's pretty close to the same amount of threads. All right. Oh, just oh God, go on there. Yeah, there we go. And use the pliers to turn it. All right, let's check out how far we are. So we're at 32.4. So I got to go in about a half mil. Uh, 31.9. We could go in the hair, but when we go to adjust it, put it on to here, this one's pretty close already. Oh, wrong way. Thirty-one, 31.83. I think that's pretty good. We're going to go with that one. So when this goes on, this will clip to here. And once again, I put the balls on backwards. That's hilarious. So out they come. Yep, out they come. And to be put into the opposite side. There is one. And here's the second one. There's our second one. All right, so I go to put this on. This goes on to there like that. This goes on to there. And we'll use the pliers to put this on. And that clipped on pretty easy. So this one is showing the wrong way. So we gotta turn this downwards. Now let's take a measurement of this now. 31.7. 31.69. When I hold it just perfect, we're at 31.8 bang on. Maybe a little bit less. 31.74. Well, we're gonna have to run with that one. All right. Yeah, now we just gotta clip it onto the arms. Now I can put it onto servo saver, but I gotta zero out my servo first before I do that. And by the looks of it, I'll have to take the servo off and remount it. So from there, what do we have left? We have our bearings for our front. It looks like there's some extra washers. What else do we got here? Let's check the manual. All right, so from here, we would put our body posts on and our tires, and that would conclude the rest of the build. This bag right here kind of looks like it's a has some extra washers in it. Oh, that's for the battery mount. Okay. So anyway, um, that is pretty much the build to this guy. I still have to do a little bit more. All right, I got my servo back out. Um, I have it linked and I have it zeroed. I'll just make sure that everything else is set to zero. And it sure looks that way. So now we're going to remount this to here because that is our center. And now we're going to put our screws back into the servo holes to hold it. All right, still going to use the back screws on the mount to move the servo as far ahead as possible. Let's double checking to make sure that screw is in the proper hole. All right. I have the servo all the way to the left. And as far as I know, that is dead center for our servo, which it does not look like it because the wheels are completely off. Okay. Moving this over one notch. Well, it still throws it out. All right. So I do have the servo mounted. Um, Next step is to mount the motor and get it to zero position. I am going to be using a Team Orca uh, Blitz Stream 3 motor. Um, Seems to be a decent motor or a fast motor, and that's what I'll be using on this unit. I still have to put the body posts and that on, and that will come on to another video. All right, guys, we'll catch you on the next one. So, trying to install my servo. I do have it set to zero on literally everything. When it is in position, I have my servo all the way. You know, I can move it from side to side here. But I'm going to try to get it into the middle, and that's all the way to the left side, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's it there. So I'm going to tighten my servo down to that position and lock it in tight. All right. So now I have my screws in tight. I'm looking at my servo saver and it is on an angle. So I'm going to try to um, center it with my uh, radio. All right. Hello, I'm here to install my servo on my 12th scale here on the Destiny. Um, as far as I can tell, I have my radio set to dead zero on the steering endpoints. I have my servo, it's kind of loose. All right, right now. So when I move it all the way to the left, I believe that that is dead center for this servo, or close to zero. But that's the farthest I can move it to the left. All right, so if I have this setting, it does not look like it is dead center to the servo. So I am going to measure it, the screws, and try to get it to be level. All right, so if I move it all the way to the left, it goes more to the left. I'm going to move it to the right. That's dead center. And now I'm lining up my servo to be centered. All right, off of my endpoints. Actually, I'm going to put that back to 0. And I'll go into the menu. And go to endpoint. And we are all right. That looks pretty close to the center. Well, maybe a little bit too much. All right. So now I'm going to measure from the chassis to the top of the screw. (23.6). I believe that's a 24. And this one is at 23.58. So I need a little bit more to the left. (23.96). 23.92. All right, I'm gonna go with that. I measured from bottom of the chassis to the tops of the screws, and you can clearly tell that my steering is not straight. So I will have to adjust that with scales and adjust the arms. I hope I'm on the right track. If I'm doing it wrong, please let me know. We'll go from there. So I'm going to grab some scales and check that out. Starting to look like a war zone here. Clean some of this up. All right. Now, I am a newbie and I'm not too sure on how these scales work, but I have a general idea. Yes, they just screw into there. And then this bearing just sits into there, and that goes onto our shaft. And then our nut can go onto there. So I'll have to open up my last bag B. All right, so we have body posts in there and our pins for our body. And here are our nuts for our wheels. And some washer spacers. And then, so I just need 2 nuts to tighten this down. Okay, let's put this on the other side. That caster is way out, not even remotely close. Right, I got a nut driver here, and that is too small, right here big. I'll have to get my tire wrench. Tighten these up. All right, that seems kind of snug there. Now I'm going to do the other side. All right, that caster is like so off, it's not even remotely close. I'm going to try to adjust that right away. I know this is kind of barbaric using this. Oh, going the wrong way. All right, I'm at 5 degrees caster and I have no idea why it's at 5 degrees. For a camper, not caster. I needed to move over more. So both of them, I guess I should have it on a flatter surface.